Let's see if my voice works yet. Testing. I haven't spoken yet today. Morning, everyone. Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hope you had a good weekend. I'm starting very early today because I haven't BG3'd since Thursday, and I kind of forgot what I actually wanted to gear up to do. So a little more time to get back in the swing of things. Also been a hectic day or so for me. Let's see, stream schedule stuff for the week. Also, hello, hi. Oh yeah, I have a head under here. Yeah. Stream schedule stuff for the week. Tomorrow, I'm still kind of on the fence whether it'll be an early short stream, so that's another reason I'm kind of testing out being live a little bit early. Either early short stream or late long stream. So a little irregular. But I'll do that. But yeah, I hope everyone's well. Let's air fryer. Cat. You know. Also, my head is cold. It's better. Uncomfy. Hey, Adrix. But did the circus fight?
Breathe deep and move.
Oh dear. Screaming children and oozing corpse, and it's not even my birthday. Lucretius, ringmaster, necromancer. I thought the Absolute wouldn't dare set foot in my circus. To use such a woeful
What would
dribble
you?
impersonator, why, it's downright rude.
How's Expedition 33 going? It's a lot of fun. I'm addicted. Guess we'll balance that with. How much do you cost? Not enough. Sure.
But I need him back, and I'll shout
Later,
at the
Dave.
person who finds him in love, adoration, and if you bring whatever you find to good luck.
Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I have Daredevil clothes on. Daredevil Scorching Ray kind of makes sense. Hate the region travel items unstacking thing. Having your claws on my shoulder. Ow. Being cute though, but ow. What are you doing, man? I have a cat on my shoulder, by the way. Oh, I didn't notice. I get confused sometimes. Oh. There. I'm just waiting to see how long until he gets bored. Yeah, that long. Silly cat. Okay, yeah, we're running around 4 wisdom for low DC on our heat metal. We did get access to the House of Hope. I'm out of spell slots. So let's head in that direction. Yeah, let's head in that direction, because I want to go to the boudoir. I think I want to head towards Cazador. He's a target where we could just keep clicking the funny button, heat metal. He's permanently armed, so he can't be disarmed. Can I ask an unrelated question? Absolutely. What's up?
If not over, then through.
I'm remembering controls. I know how to play games. Yeah, I kind of wanted to have the Sharpcaster. Meh. Fire quickness is funnier. I have to get in the habit of F5ing again. I'm not walking.
You look positively wretched. Perfect.
In Snowburst Rat Bat shenanigans to understand that spell save DC for the ice gets chosen. Last level's Hexblade and I5 Ranger.
Let's see.
You ended that with a comma, so it looks like there's more. Is there more?
To be nothing.
Bet I can
To be
crack that
gone
open.
for good.
Hey Superman, how you doing? Sometimes save against your wisdom, sometimes against your charisma. Is your weapon hexed?
Let's have a look.
Yeah. And how sure are you that it's sometimes your wisdom? Hey, Irish. Right. I should actually wild shape. Going into the sewers and getting Arbor of Moon Basking also makes sense. Yeah, let's go do that. It was 10 DC, if 8 was 8 int. I have 10 DC with 8 was put a +1. Or not 8 whiz, excuse me, 4 whiz. That doesn't math.
I laughed in light. I cried.
That doesn't math. Because I have 4 whiz. And I have the number that you just said.
Shouldn't be here. None of us should.
Oh, you're lower level. I see. Didn't account for the level. I assumed you were level 9. Don't know why, but I did. Hey, Roxy. How do I have 4 wisdom? I got a permanent -2 from the Sentient Amulet quest. And I have a temporary -2 from the Mirror of Loss. Hey, Sal. Which companions do I have? I haven't really decided how I'm handling Orin. What could it be? It could be either Halson or Lae'zel. I'm kind of okay if it's Halson. Don't really care if it's Lae'zel. Alright, that's fine. Did I become an unholy assassin yet? Is that a thing that I did? Doesn't look like it. Guess I'll work on that. Using especially low wisdom for some big brain thing. Heat metal. Targets drop their weapon if I target their weapon with heat metal and they fail to save. So if I make the DC of the save really low, that's less likely to happen. Alright, yeah, I haven't done this yet. Did not buy Boots of Persistence? I certainly meant to. Time for crime. Did I beat Expedition 33? No. Plan on doing more of that tomorrow.
Time to skulk about. Interesting.
Picture.
Must have already stolen from Damon in that disguise. The rule of thumb for which spell save DC gets used on ice surfaces. It'll generally be the DC of whatever you used to freeze the surface. Generally. But there might be a piece there that I'm not accounting for. Because what you're saying doesn't make sense. You're using Boom Blade from High Elf, so it gets int. So it wasn't Wisdom. Yeah. Here you go.
Better be cautious. Carefully now. Nice.
Thank you. You're welcome. What looks are my on right now? Bloodlust. Okay, we can switch. Go vigilance. Would allow me to do this. Actually, I think I want to do that. And go here. Couldn't stay away. I never had plans to.
On my way.
Could be Wisdom of a Hordebreaker. It should be whatever your spell save DC is off of a non-spell.
In my opinion,
But
we should have a still watch in every bug.
I would encourage testing. Hi, Scott. No. How do I want to handle that? Hey Gage, thank you for the 36 months. That's 3 years. Thank you very much. Hex would have ensured that Scorching Ray killed, but well.
Passphrase. Sicarius. And a location. We should find this Candle Hollow place.
fire. There you go, Quag.
Hi, hi, hi.
Right, I don't have the right boots on anymore. Little movement related oopsie. Kind of sad it's not the 33rd day. Tomorrow, probably. Video loading screen. Any melee attack that's not booming blade with the ice ring should be your default casting DC, right? Should be. I mean, I guess other spell attack rolls from specific spell books would do the same thing as booming blade there. So like if you were using ensnaring strike, that's probably gonna be wisdom. You know, outside of that. X is pretty good. He might be okay. I think so. Finish your playthrough last night. It was very good. Let's go. Found out you can use Shovel's blood to get foul iron. I think it's funny. Yeah. You just gotta have a like creature you can control bleed on the rock. Guess I should have done Concentrated Blast first, but it's fine. Not enough sorcery points. Correct that. Oh, you don't have to weapon anymore. Fine. Microwave.
I have something to ask.
Hey, Risente, thank you so much for the prime. In the 3 months.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I don't know the mats to get back on Bloodlust right now. Means we gotta go kill some wargs, I think. This on Friday, how you liking it? Liking it a lot. Looking forward to continuing. I just didn't want to go too long before doing more BG3. Poop walking. I'm poop walking here. We don't have darkness arrows. What am I doing?
Just have a few. Let's keep you. Don't want to draw any attention. With haste.
Don't go more than 2 days that BG3. You might forget everything. No, it's more so chatters get really annoying when I switch games if I do more than one stream of one game.
But would you like to be more than a we
That's why I wasn't at 4, so -2 from the Mirror of Loss is causing the other -2. If you do not, if you fail or you do not try to pass the saving throws when completing the Sentient Amulet quest in a way that is breaking the curse, or rather than breaking the curse, transferring it to yourself, then you can incur 2 separate -1 wisdom penalties. Forgot about that one. Thanks. You're welcome, Cranberry. As more questions get frustrated. No, it's just the first 30 minutes of stream is always people thinking they're making original jokes about, oh. You're playing this game and not the other game. Like, yeah. You noticed. I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't say anything. Like, yeah. Right click.
This calls for careful footwork.
Haven't played Expedition 33 yet, don't want spoilers, otherwise I would have watched. Totally understandable. I did manage to remain spoiler-free. So I am, I'm very glad I did so. hopefully you can have the same experience. Ignis.
Very well.
That's enough mats to get back on Bloodlust. Make one there. Back to hell.
Gazette has a transcript of a conversation with Archduke Gortash.
I dared you first, so you...
I could become an unholy assassin now. I won't have the money to buy any of this stuff, but I do think that's still correct. Hey man, Luke 2. What part I get? Still doing Act 2 stuff.
This place is all entrances and no exits.
I am being vague because there are people who don't want story spoilers.
Hurt me, please.
I'll probably continue that tomorrow. Woof woof indeed. Give the spoiler-free answer, of course.
I laughed in life. I cried.
Do I have Fire Shield access right now? Try to buy a scroll. I could go to Rivington, go over to Worm's Rock and steal the flame enabled armor, but I don't want to lose my my wild shape by changing maps. I'm gonna hold off on that.
I should speak up.
How can I help you?
Thoughts on Shield Master feat for someone who would want to create this very tanky character? Shield Master is great for characters where you care about certain attacks from certain bosses, in Act 3 particularly, and those characters don't already have access to evasion. So, like, if you are planning on tanking breath weapons from dragons, if you're planning on tanking spells from Cazador, if you're planning on tanking spells from Raphael, Shield Master is great against all of those things. Just make sure to keep your reaction available, and you're obviously going to need to gear in a way where you have a shield equipped. Shield Master will only work on dexterity saves that you... This is very old, so I shouldn't be trying to drink this. That's from yesterday. Shield Master only works on dex saves that you pass. It does give you a bonus to dex saves to help facilitate that effect, but you do need to actually pass the dex saves. I guess I did use up my chain lightning, so. Sorry, I'm thonking. I've been doing Stars Druid stuff. Concentrating on haste is not necessarily a bad idea. I have 2 Sunbeam Scrolls already, I don't need to buy another one. What I was really hoping to see from rolling here is, Fire Shield. Doesn't have damage to for failed saves? No. Shield Master does not give you the opportunity to use its effect unless you succeed the save.
Literature department. Can I help you?
It might say otherwise, but that's how it works. So you do have to succeed, otherwise it does nothing. Let's check the other scroll vendor. Then we can check Volo.
Bloody believe it. No more puzzles. A travesty.
Well, I struggle to make a really tanky character and retaliation build all at once. Hard to fit it all in. Many ways of going about it. Well, that's the thing with an effective retaliation build. You don't want to be too tanky. That's the issue, because then you start inhibiting your damage. There's multiple retaliation damage effects that will only do damage if you successfully took damage. If you took damage that was not mitigated down to 0. So it's trying to do too many things in one setup. If you're trying to get like super duper tanky, you want to be just tanky enough for those kinds of builds. And that's why it follows that on a pure tanky build, you are likely getting less value out of retaliation effects, because you are too tanky for certain ones to trigger consistently. That would be your Flesh Melter Cloak. That would be your Ironvine Shield. Fire Shield Armor of Agathis don't care if you took damage or not. As long as the melee attack happened, they'll work. But that's what differentiates good retaliation damage from great retaliation damage.
There's nothing.
Whatever happens next, be sure that I will document.
Got the idea for the Merkle fight in my short solo at the moment, noticing I was barely making a dent in me due to having his damage twice, once from successful saves, then necrotic res. Whichever applies first, doesn't matter. Yeah. So max damage you got him was like 14 necrotic, average was 6, lowest was like 3. Max damage he can do to you, assuming you have Helldusk armor equipped for, like, that's max DR you can have. Assuming you have necrotic resistance, Helldusk armor, and are succeeding the save is 18. 17 or 18, I forget which. I remember because that number stuck in my head. Or level 1. purposes. But if you're ability draining him, then you can reduce that further. And reduce his spell save DC. Another haste, I guess I'll take that. Really hoping for Fire Shield. Like, I can use Fire Shield Chill from Zarel's shield. It's not quite the same effect. Oh well. Oh, with his big nuke he gets from Absorb Skeletons? No, I was talking about Gaze of the Dead. Finger of Death hits harder than that. I don't remember the numbers on that, but it hits harder than that.
Afternoon.
Let me think about this. I'm going through past run in my head, but I look like I'm spacing out right now. So the 18 threshold was worst case scenario. Was with the damage reduction, with the necrotic resistance, but assuming a failed save. That's what it was. The successful save would be max 9 then in that scenario, so without Hell Dust that'd be max 12. Max 12. Assuming you had no DR in chest slot. Morning, Christina. How are you?
The locked door has red text on it reading, "All are awaited, all are embraced."
I don't know what you even mean by that, Lumbercamp. And don't expand on that. Don't spoil for me or for anyone else. But hi, hope you're well.
Present me well.
Do I want any of this? I mean, I suppose Crater Flesh Gloves would always just grab. I don't really care about the other stuff right now.
Here. Approach, Aspirants. You took this spirit's life. You.
That's Act 2. Yeah, but, like, I don't know what you're talking about, so... It might have been something I did, but I don't remember.
That's curious.
It's them, not me, you colossal twat! Citizen, stop this at once! Ow! What? Please stop!
Behold, Father,
You're welcome,
baptized in your most wretched name, a new, unholy assassin. I, with the portfolio.
Unholy assassin does have a certain ring to it.
I
offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims.
I do want that crawler mucus. Fortunately, I'm not very weapon focused, so I don't care too much about the other pieces. Don't need to sell him much to make up this gap. Probably shouldn't sell him flesh to stone, though. I don't want to sell him that either. We'll sell him a hand.
Go.
Cool. Feed you through subreddit only see high damage numbers. That's too much setup. It's better. Ah, yes, I see. Lower damage is better than higher damage. I see. They suddenly care about efficiency when it comes to that, but they don't care about efficiency for things like having to long rest after every combat. I see. Shadowblade noob bait? No. But the thing about Shadowblade is people attribute too much of their success to Shadowblade, and they will also attribute too much of Shadowblade's success to patch 8. So like what I mean by this is Shadowblade was in the game before patch 8. It was confined to a ring and had more restrictions on how you had to gear and what spells you had available to you, because you had to keep a ring equipped, you had to keep concentrating, and you couldn't unequip the blade or have it leave your inventory. So it was there, but it was more restrictive. But it was already there, and it was already good, because the thing that makes Shadowblade good is that it deals psychic damage, and has a high damage floor. Now, anyone saying that Shadowblade does more damage than other melee weapons has not used other melee weapons. That's just point blank. I'm just gonna spell it out that way. It isn't better. It doesn't do more. Ratbat does more damage. Twisting Branch, though sure, I get if you want to exclude that, but Twisting Branch does more damage. And Act 3 piercing damage can be scaled higher than Shadowblade's damage. Now, the immediate deflection that people go to there, Shadowblade Resonance Stone is wild. Okay, so you're doing exactly what I mentioned, where, like, yes, you can apply that to, like, everything, though. It's easy enough to apply bludgeoning vulnerability to anything you want, piercing vulnerability to anything you want, lightning vulnerability to anything you want, cold vulnerability to anything you want, and fire is a little more involved, but you can do that to almost anything too. Yeah, as I was saying, piercing things in Act 3 can scale higher. You've got Dollar Maris, you've got Rhapsody, you've got Crimson Mischief, Shard's Spear of Evening, and all be facilitated to a point where they are doing more damage per click than a Shadowblade is. It's recency bias. Shadowblade is a toy that had access expanded in patch 8. And then a common deflection that you'll hear as soon as I say that is, but Strimmer, what about upcasting? Surely you're stupid and didn't account for upcasting. No, I'm accounting for upcasting. Upcasting's just not that impactful. Remember, a non-upcast Shadowblade that you had to keep a specific ring on for, and you had to always be concentrating on, was still able to one-shot everything. So, like, you're getting damage you don't need, and it's still getting outclassed elsewhere. This is not me saying Shadowblade is bad. This is me saying Shadowblade is, like, one of those things that's simultaneously good and overrated.
The door is covered in intricate the rings, a strange run.
Oh, I didn't read the book. Right.
much further can I go?
What caster spec build did you recommend to learn that type of character? Which type of character do you mean? Super new, I have almost no idea about anything except Hexblade Rogue build. Trying to learn. Hey, trying to learn is very respectable. What's up, Cass? Not much sure how about you. Hey, not something else. Spell-based character. Spell-based character. There's a lot of ways you could go with that. I'm gonna say, and this is gonna be a bit of a spicy pick, but I will justify it. I'm gonna say Druid. The reason why I say Druid is because you have very good options. You have subclasses that each have their own, like, defined things that they add. Contrary to popular belief, no, Druid does not have to be a wild shape merchant. You never have to click that button if you don't want to. And if you really are positive, you'll never click it. Well, both Spores and Stars have alternate uses for wild shape charges that allow you to still get use out of the resource while not actually transforming. But Druid has good gear proficiencies. It's got the ritual spells that make things comfy, Enhanced Leap and Longstrider. You've got spells that give you good support effects, such as extra HP from Hero's Feast at higher levels. Protection from poison gives you a comfortable resist.
What in the hell's happened?
But you also have really good offensive spells. Heat Metal, Moonbeam, Call Lightning, Spike Growth, Thorn Whip. Very well rounded. I would say play a Druid, and like a spellcaster focused Druid at that.
I've seen this language.
I haven't killed Harlep yet. I'm gonna have to do that at some point. Damage Riders can apply to Spike Growth too. I've never tried it. Yeah, you could have Lightning Charges and Callous Glow. You could be doing Mutilated Carapace and Rhapsody. You can get Spike Growth damage to a point where it's kind of funny. And you could, of course, then combine effects that you're forcibly moving people through your Spike Growth. Things like throwing Void Bulbs, things like pushing people, Thorn Whipping people. You multiclass at all, straight Druid at first. So my position on multiclassing is always, if you don't know why you would multiclass, don't do it. Multiclass with a purpose. So, pure class in this case. Because like you're trying to learn things, right? Pure class. It is a misconception, it is a logical fallacy that a lot of players have, that multiclassing is always stronger. It is not always stronger. It's more customization, which makes people feel good, which makes them want to believe it's always stronger. It's not.
Out of sight, out of mind. Looking closer, the ring.
Back on Bloodlust. My opener here gonna be? Probably Ice Storm. That's when I start streaming more. My apologies. Is armor proficiency good enough reason to multi-class? Sometimes. Sometimes it's better to grab armor proficiencies through other means. It's going to be case by case. Like, you can present a compelling argument for doing a dip to pick up a gear proficiency you might be missing, but that's always going to be case by case, and that's going to be very much an example of what I mentioned of know why you're multi-classing. First started playing BG3, played Explorer only, so I did pure class. Never played a game like this for BG3, so don't judge. Well, I mean, Explorer doesn't allow you to multi-class, so that makes sense to me, Roxy. Nothing to judge. You're prone. And a neutral one. Scorching Ray doesn't work great with Pyro Quickness.
Never wanted the easy path.
Does it run but none where I've dipped into each class? Yes. That'll actually also be a restriction on an upcoming run that I'm planning. So you'll be able to see me have multiple takes on that.
There are some scuffs to show. The elevator lies ready to carry.
Alright, we're getting the fast travel. Because there's a piece of gear I want to go grab in the sewers. So yes, I got your sewer gear right here, Kermit Gate. And machine. Advice and go Jack of all trades achievement. Do Paladin last because oath breaking counts as respecting. So make sure the 12th level is Paladin. As for building your character and making them stronger, prioritize features that features that scale with your character level. Character level rather than class level. So like Eldritch Blast is a common go-to because it gets its second beam at level 5, its third beam at level 10. Yes, you don't get Agonizing Blast, but you could still go Potent Robe if you wanted damage on it. You could still do Spell Sparkler. You still have Hex and Hexblade's Curse if you want to go that route. You still have plenty of support for it. Same with running any of the elemental offensive cantrips. Shock and Grasp, Firebolt, Ray of Frost. There's gear support for those. And they scale with your character level damage-wise. An angle that that Mark did was he played as Karlach and made use of soul coins in combination with the monk level for some early power, and that's a good idea. I like that one too.
Halt, Orin, go ahead. Their blood
If you're trying to do leveled spellcasting, have a plan for when you're picking up levels that give you caster progression, because you will cap out at 3rd level. And remember that your wizard spell scribing will look at your total spellcasting level, and you can even bump that higher temporarily with elixirs to scribe spells, and then even cast them before you'd normally be able to. Like, the only way you'll get 4th level spellcasting is with a 4th level elixir, which enters the pool at level 9. For my Jack of all trades run, what I had done was I was doing Eldritch Blasting, but I also wanted to keep my scrolls and such scaling off of my charisma, so I banked my level ups. I made sure that whatever level I had currently assigned as my most recent was charisma, and if that wasn't possible, I saved the level up. So, like, I didn't level up from level 6 to level 7 or to level 8. I didn't do that until I hit level 9. So I just stayed at level 6 so that I could take non-charisma class, then back to charisma. Not something you necessarily need to do, but that's how I wanted to do it.
check out the stone. It's magic. Incredible.
Cat. Better do spellcasting rather than melee when doing it? I wouldn't say better. It's just an option. Like, you could go all in on melee stuff. Take the monk level early so you can attack on your bonus action. Take a hexblade level early so you have, like, booming blade, hexblade's curse to support all that. Prioritize having your gear proficiency set up in a way where you can
I believe there's a cabin
maybe even pick up heavy armor. Like, you got lots of ways of doing it. I wouldn't say that there is an inherently better way. Cat. What you doing? unencumbered. Did I not leave money somewhere? No problem. Remember if there was a cyberware passive for hack upload speed? Helmet slot and like your actual gear, you can get upload speed there, I believe. I don't think. It might be a cyberware passive. I feel like I have a memory of it being a cyberware passive, but I'm not at all confident on that. You haven't done science with Cold Room Hat? Thinking about Ray of Frost since you brought it up. Soft that hat and Shadowheart and Luminous Armor. Feels like the hack gets activated easily, almost easily. Boots of Stormy Glamour. Read it. It's once per turn. And there is a conversation to be had about synergy is not efficacy. Things going together thematically does not make them powerful. Because you are giving up your helmet slot, just like how the Luminous Armor has a cool sounding effect and it's a dog shit item because it goes in your chest slot and is outclassed by the time you've left Act 1. All that to say, I don't think it's worth building around. Wish Cyberpunk was multiplayer. I don't. We had to stick out a couple decades of them making things that had no business having development resources thrown at multiplayer. Sometimes it works out, like, nobody expected Mass Effect 3's multiplayer to be incredible. But also, like, you guys know that Bioshock 2 had a multiplayer that was, like, really popular for about a year, and then no one cared about it? And everyone forgot it existed? You guys know that Assassin's Creed had multiplayer, like PvP multiplayer? I don't think that's why anyone was there. Alright, so by buying the Armor of Moonbasking, we now have Lunar Protection active, a little bit of AC, some additional saving throws. With Albert for now. So the hat's good, just if it really gets triggered as easily as the Boots of Clamor did. So, like, the answer is no. Because, as I said, once per turn. So, no. It doesn't get triggered as easily because it only gets triggered once per turn. Saying the hat only applies once per turn, whereas the boots can triggered by area effect stuff at any time, not once per turn. No, that's not what I'm saying. Because the Boots of Stormy Glamour, even if you are doing something to a group of enemies, it picks one person, one target, and applies the effect to them. But it can do that multiple turns. So, like, don't take logical leaps. Because then you run into building perception of how mechanics work on misconceptions. But the Boots of Stormy Glamour are not limited to triggering once per turn, and the Cold Brim Hat is. Also, Boots slot, far less competitive than Hat slot. It's my total valuation of the item.
Just like the door to the ballroom ups the rings.
Once we're free, we'll
Please.
Hey, can you settle down? Thank you, sir. Okay. Azador time. Am I still on Bloodlust? I guess I'll stay on that.
Quite decoy.
Eyes, their eyes too, soon.
Very well.
Woe isn't metal? What do you mean? This staff, you're telling me this staff doesn't have any metal? And short rest to get black hole back. Whoops. Strength moment. Maybe. Thank you for the bonus action. The rare actual quicken spell, Scorching Ray. I think that's the best spell for every situation ever, with no nuance. Start that again, but I wanna. Miss. Actually, before I do that, casting haste. So that'll last 10 turns. I'm a Stars Druid with a 23 concentration or 23 Constitution in Dragon form with additional saving throw bonuses. So with my current plus 10 minimum to con saves, I don't think there is a concentration save that could cause me to lose my concentration. Glad I sent it a second bat there. Maybe for the stylish finish. What if I... Then what if I...
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Yeah, the damage gulf between Empowered Evo setup and this is vast. Still funny. Oh no, Cazador throwing punches now. It's crazy that he nerfs himself by doing that. Like, horribly nerfs himself. I suppose once he runs out of spell slots, it's like a side grade, but if he still has spell slots and he's choosing to punch, he's throwing. No, Quag, he's punching, not throwing, idiot. Yeah, that's true. You're right, Chatter. Morning, Andy. Who makes Cazador a hard fight? Like, again, maybe I'm missing something. So, if Astarion is part of the ritual, Cazador becomes a hard fight. If he ascends, like, I guess he's harder than, like, this version, but he's still less difficult than the ritual version that I mentioned. He is threatening specifically only while Astarion is captured in the ritual. Else gotta have daylight or something? They don't have to. Taking advantage of his sunlight hypersensitivity shuts off his 20 healing per turn, and also makes it so he can't use his mist form near you. But there's other ways to counter both of those things. How many turns till he bores Astarion? 2? I think it's 3? I thought it was 3. I don't remember. More threatening than Devil Trigger from Raphael. So, like, Raphael going into that form at all means you did something stupid in the fight. Just full stop. Full disclosure. He is incapable of doing that unless you tell him to. So I don't even factor that in to the difficulty of the Raphael fight. Because that is you actively going out of your way and choosing a hard mode. It's not something that can happen organically.
Just try to hold on, alright?
I'll give it a shot.
The elevator lies ready.
How does heat work with Ray of Fire? Just apply to each one? It only applies to the first one. So the way heat works is it'll be consumed by the first instance that happens chronologically that's compatible with it. Provided it's a source that can consume it. So on Scorching Ray, I'm only benefiting on the first ray. Heat is better applied by things that hit like a group simultaneously, or things that have multiple instances of fire that hit at the same time on the same target. So like doing a Nature Cleric's Divine Strike Fire, that's 2 separate instances of fire damage. Provided your weapon has fire, and then you choose Divine Strike Fire, you're hitting 2 separate, so both of them will get heat at the same time. But with, like, Scorching Ray, only the first one that connects is getting it. Curious, kind of like Raph going with that form. It's like makes the fight a bit more epic. Phase 2 powering up and all that, even though Stu probably should not do it in first solo attempts. But I think the Shield Master feat, by the way, let him shoot a Hellfire, me still being able to take him on. So, like, the Hellfire surface is still going to absolutely chunk you. If you do not have Unga Bunga big HP or are sitting in a globe of invuln, the fire surfaces can just kill you before it gets back to your turn.
What can I do for you?
Like, it's doable once you have a handle on how to do it, but I cannot stress enough that I don't recommend it for a first solo. If you care about that run. If you're like, fuck it, we ball, sure. But if you care about the time you've invested into that run, I wouldn't do it.
Lead on. What in the hell?
So the thing that makes Cazador troublesome in ritual mode specifically is that is the only time he has his legendary action. Yes, you heard me correctly. Cazador only has his legendary action while Astarion is in the ritual. He even loses it when he ascends. That's why Ascended Cazador is weaker than Ritual Cazador.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Shall we?
as Astarians
What even happens if you don't bring Astarian? Pulls off chart and leaves? No. Not necessarily. I'm thinking he shouldn't care much and be happy Cazador is dead. Well, I would encourage paying more attention to the storyline. I mean, if you care, though. Because, like, the whole thing is, he's got 200 years of beef with this guy. He's got a lot of unresolved trauma. He wants to be there to deal with it. The secondary thing is the idea of him hijacking the ritual and then permanently being above a level of power he believes will prevent him from suffering the same trauma again. Also, getting immunity to the sun.
Devoid of all purpose. You might have made me what I am, but I can be.
But he will not outright leave like Shadowheart does. He can be convinced to stay.
But I am grateful for
You can also just do the fight without him in it, and then go get him, and then bring him here for the convo. You can have it both ways.
like this.
He cares if you don't bring him to the fight. Or he doesn't care if you don't bring him to the fight. He does care if you don't bring him to Cazador being killed. But Shadowheart is the only one who will leave outright if you do not bring her for her quest. The only one. If there was a way to get a star and some sunlight immunity without sending a happy spawn a star and sun would be nice. So I'm gonna use a lot of the same points I bring up when talking about Karlach's storyline, and that if everything had a perfectly nice ending with all positivity, no sacrifice, no tragedy, none of that, it would be far less compelling and I would care about it less. Like, the reason why this is significant is Astarion is sacrificing the chance he had, the only chance he knew of, to be in the sun, to do the right thing. Him, an evil guy who has led a selfish life, chose to sacrifice something that meant the world to him because it was the right thing to do.
You can choose differently, of course.
That kind of loses all of its impact if, like, he just still gets to have that thing anyway.
What does it mean for them?
The poor wretches in the cells are innocent. They shouldn't have to suffer just because I lured them here.
Majority of the spawn die anyway. For Sebastian Letter at Reunion Camp.
They'll need someone to lead them. Take the tunnels
Doesn't
into
mean
the
that
Underdark. Find somewhere
giving them a chance wasn't the right thing to do.
not safe, but less perilous.
It's like, we know that almost all of the tieflings
Just
die.
try to keep them out of trouble.
We still save them in Act 1. There's my bunny. Astarion had it. I think dying in the ritual is worse due to Mephistopheles' soul shenanigans. Yeah, Tamir. Like, it's worse than death.
Best think ahead, or I'm lost. Don't waste a step.
I save them because of Damon. Damon who can also die depending on your decisions. So let's take this logic to the extreme. Shouldn't save Damon because there are ways Damon can die. Anyone who can be killed in this game, no point saving them because they can be killed. Like, I know that's not what you're saying, but that's the end point of what you're saying.
What's up for discussion?
Cucumber waddle's so funny.
Yes. It's...
Stomach settled down. Alright, I gotta figure out carry weight. Now that we have Rhapsody, our damage will spike by quite a good chunk, but our spell save DC will go up. Not sure how I feel about that yet. What a minor critique I have about the conclusion of a storyline, the Ascended Path felt the game didn't make enough point how damning sacrificing all the spawns an action is, then being faced with barely meet would help to meet someone earlier to get some attachment. I mean, I had no difficulty grasping how bad it is. I mean, it spelled it out pretty well for me. Like, the first time you hear about the ritual, or the first time you can hear about the ritual chronologically, is Raphael telling you that it's so fucked up, the records were destroyed, and it's never been done. Like, Raphael makes a point of saying it's twisted, even by his standards. And it only gets worse from there. I feel like they set it up pretty well. And I might remind you that, twisted by Raphael's standards, this dude has someone he conned into a contract sniffing his chamber pot for eternity. He has someone whose entire existence is literally devoted to smelling Raphael's shit. And he's like, this is pretty fucked up. To get far more attached to the characters we know about. So, like, both things can be true, and we already, with Ascended Astarion, get to see a total death of personality with him. Like, it's not the same character anymore. It's not the same person. This is both shown with a large amount of his dialogue changing, but also you are directly given the opportunity to read his mind multiple times and see how he's thinking. And he is not thinking the same. He's a different guy. So even if you are desensitized to 7,000 characters you're not familiar with, even though you are directly given opportunities to interact with 3 of them and read about 3 more of them, even outside of that, the companion character you've had for the entire game experiences a total death of personality. So, I don't think there's anything I would have changed there. They beat you over the head with how bad the whole situation is the entire time, and there's no amount of changes that could get people like the Ascended Astarion girlies to acknowledge that you did an evil thing and made the man worse. I wouldn't change a thing about it. Send it a sorry girly, by the way. Hell yeah, say. How you doing? Woe isn't metal. We couldn't heat metal on Cazador. I was so disappointed. Need more things that have metal on them.
Can't risk being in open view. This medicatrix.
Starion's siblings have too much freedom. They should not have that freedom to go out in the ends looking for more victims. Once Vampire Lord said, go fetching more souls, spawns immediately lose control and have no choice but to obey. So is this your argument for not allowing the spawns to be free? Yeah, what about...
Moving in.
Okay, so that covers six of the people. What about the other
It's been a long day.
6,994 of them? Should those people be denied all possibilities, despite them being victims of those other six? Or of those other seven, I suppose, if you include Astarion. So, 6,993 people should continue to suffer because of the actions of seven. It's an ethics question. Like, there's arguments for and against, but I, and also Astarion canonically, of the opinion that they'll likely make mistakes, but they deserve a chance not to.
Don't need any attention right now. This medicatrix.
I generally like got the thing they thought they wanted roots for characters in the game. I might be wrong, at least they think they're happy. To a point, yeah. Like, Lae'zel gets her soul eaten, so... But... Shadowheart and Astarion get what they think they wanted. It's at the cost of who we know they could be, but, like, if we remove that, it's like... Speaking completely subjectively from their point of view, they probably just didn't see the other possibilities. And how could they? They don't have the information to. Like, Lae'zel straight up gets her soul eaten.
Another step forward.
See how happy she was? She was also scared. There's a lot of micro expressions there. It's a great cutscene. But she was also scared. I feel like Godgale, not gonna lie, see, is getting one variant of what he wanted. There's no real sacrifice for it. Yeah, you'll have Tara will argue that it's like a death of personality thing, similar to, you know, Astarion or Shadowheart, etc., etc. I don't think it's as clear-cut in Gale's case, because, like, he doesn't become, like, this inherently evil thing, like Astarion does. You could make an argument that he's giving into, like, the most dangerous impulses he has, ambition without restraint. But, like, that's not inherently going to cause problems by itself. I don't view Godgale as, like, a bad ending the way I do the other ones, necessarily. Like, he's an asshole. But it doesn't feel on the same level. If any of the bad endings get canon to future games and content, I think God Gale's the best. It definitely lays out some interesting possibilities. And it's a character they could take in a lot of directions. Whereas, like, Ascended Astarion, for example, very clear-cut dead end. Char and Shadowheart, very much dead end. Once again, no, it's not good. I just like when characters given way to develop that way. It doesn't happen off screen. They're allowed to go that way. Yeah, and it's nice to have the different possibilities. I think it's a great creative decision that they give you the ability to be like, okay, you want to play out this option? Sure. A lesser game would be like, hey, this is just something we talk about that has no possibility of happening. Don't think about it. That's what a lesser game would do. Notice Astarion's trying to take over the entirety of Baldur's Gate as he tells his reunion party sets them up as villains for subsequent stories. No, it does not. Lack of media literacy L here. He is exactly the same as Cazador. Has the exact same goals. 1 for 1. Exactly the same. And that is the point. That's not setting up a future villain. That is perpetuating a cycle. And those are two different things.
The doll keeps teleporting. We need to find a way to stop it. You treacherous bastard! I'll kill you myself.
Not the red cuts. Oh, please. Not again.
You're with the hag. How could you?
They're not supposed to be perma-hostile here. But alright. Media literacy in my BG3 stream chat? RBF Queen. I feel like Saravok coming back, someone could come break the cycle theoretically, that's all I meant. How does that connect to Saravok at all? Now I'm more lost. Saravok's entire plotline, as it has been for the last 27 years, is that he is in Baal's shadow and nothing can change that. Just a similar story arc of the eternal return of evil never resting, always coming back. I don't see how Astarion perpetuating a cycle of abuse is an expression of that, when the primary expression of that in the game is the Dead 3 But, like... Okay. An archetypal storytelling thing, that's all. But you specifically said setting up Astarion as a future villain. Your framing was that it's a sequel hook. So which one is it? Because I know as much as people love the idea of, oh, I'd like this character as a DLC story. I'd love to see what Karlach does in Avernus, or Astarion going on adventures, etc., etc., etc. People say one about fucking all of them. None of them are happening, and some of them are just the story's done. I don't know. A big thing with me is one of the things I really appreciate about this game is that things end. And even in cases where the story that's being told is continuation of a cycle, that can still be an ending to that story. That you didn't break it. That's it. On to other things. I don't know, I just feel like the idea of, okay, Ascended Cazador, or Ascended Astarion, see, I'm even having a slip there, the idea that Ascended Astarion is intended as a continuation point and not as a bad ending where he became his abuser one-to-one, down to the mannerisms, down to the motivations, down to the exact decision-making processes. That's a bad ending. It is not a sequel hook. There's a book series, I don't think it's well known, where main character ended up being investigating basically next level entities, ascended humans, shows some interactions the main character has with them. They're just bored, don't really communicate with people, they're like ants to them, fun to watch sometimes, but that's it. Main character gets a chance to become one, he says, I'll still stick to you people. He does not. God Gale ending reminds me a lot of that book. That's an interesting way of looking at it. OMG, yes, I love when devs or writers know how to actually end things. Start appreciating this more and more in the past years. We've entered an era of remakes and reboots, etc. Like, let things end for fuck's sake. Yeah, like, it takes a lot of artistic integrity to just end your story when you reach an organic point for that. Like, serialization that ends up going decades past organic stopping points, it just gets so exhausting. The reason I keep telling real-life friends why I've almost completely lost interest in many superhero movies. Oh, look, it's Batman versus Joker. Another time. It's Superman variant 70, mostly stick to anime and manga nowadays. So they make new stuff more often. It even happens in anime and manga. Like, one of the biggest examples I was thinking about is Dragon Ball is in such a weird limbo state. Dragon Ball's been going since the 80s. The creator of Dragon Ball passed away, a year ago now? 2 years ago now? And the IP is in this sort of war for control over the intellectual property. Basically, one corporation has control of the rights to the anime and video games, and then another one has the manga, and they're contesting each other, and there's a third party contesting. Basically, they have a guy writing the manga who is now, like, in creative control, but he's on hiatus right now, so, like, nobody knows what direction the story's going to be taking, even though it's still progressing. But then it's also up in the air whether there's ever going to be adaptations of the manga material. And then there's also the elephant in the room of the most recent series they released was stated to be canon, but doesn't make sense with the timeline to be canon. So it's like, is it an alternate timeline? Is it not? We're never going to get that information. But then there's also the fact that all Dragon Ball IP content that's come out in the last decade and a half is sandwiched between established canon things. So, like, we already know what happens later in the timeline, but they just keep cramming stuff into this window of a few years to the point where it's like, you just want more money. It's like, I grew up with the IP. I'm down to watch more, but it's far past its expiration date in terms of, like, actual storytelling for the sake of storytelling rather than for selling toys, doing cool animated action scenes, etc. And, you know, maybe everything doesn't have to be artistic, but I would like everything to try in an ideal world. Hat. Hey, Mustard. Screams creatively bankrupt? It does. Also makes the story retroactively worse for me. Prior story beats arcs feel like they matter less because of the pointless sequel or whatever. Yeah. And, like, perpetuating that thought process of everything has to set up a sequel all the time is, like, that makes more writers go, oh, so people are okay with this. Cool. I don't have to think. It's like... Or it sounds like arguing. It's like, you don't have to apologize. Thinking parallels in the story about Evil Never Dies thing. Doesn't think there should be a sequel to the story, and just these enter the same Evil Never Dies cycle. Sorry for not expressing myself clearly. I think that's a simplistic view of the situation, but I said my piece on that. I love if BG4 story began with certain Tressum leading heroes on a quest against evil god of ambition. Like, it would be interesting, because I personally, subjectively, as an individual, I find God Gale the most interesting ending path of the character. Now, whether you make him evil or not, you know, I don't really care. I find that the most interesting endpoint for Gale. That's just me. But, like, and again, I'm going to bring this up like I do often. We already have a roadmap for how people would handle them canonizing one ending for a character. And the roadmap says people would handle it badly. People did not handle Larian taking the most conventional endings for Sarevok and Viconia and canonizing them. They did not handle Wizards of the Coast canonizing the protagonist of BG 1 and 2 as the basic-ass human male fighter. Didn't like that either. But, like, that's the risk you run with multiple choice characters and storylines. If you cut off the branches, eventually people are going to be like, hey, actually, you suck and I hate you. You're never going to get a rational response. Did I get the quest to save Bonra? I did.
That should work. Seems like a good moment to talk.
What did you...
Need to play previous Baldur's Gates at some point, try to understand why that disappointment, anger over Viconia and Sarevok. Basically, Viconia is a token evil teammate in the first game. And in the expansion of the second game, as part of her story arc, you have the option, as part of her romance specifically, you have the option to, if you are incredibly specific about how you handled dialogue throughout all of BG2 and its expansion, you can get her to change alignments. With Sarevok, you can also get him to change alignments, because you could point out to him, hey, so, like, this is already your second chance. This hasn't been working for you. You should really do something different, is the gist of it. And you can get him to, like, scale the evil way back. I still wouldn't call him good, but you can get him to scale it way back and actually try to do his own thing. But we find out by the time we get to BG3 that the romance thing with Viconia didn't happen, because, again, the protagonist was canonized, so that has a ripple effect. But also because her alignment didn't change and it didn't stick. And Saravok, if he was given his redemption arc, they still leave room for it. If he was given his redemption arc, it also didn't stick. So, like, they did it in a way where you could headcanon, oh, well, shit happened, so they still ended up here. But at the end of the day, people aren't going to be satisfied with it. That they kept the evil characters evil. Like, it was also a perfectly valid path for Minsk and Jahira to not survive the events of BG1. But then, no matter what you did, they were alive in BG2. Then it's possible for them to not survive BG2. But they're here in BG3.
Light on my feet.
Yeah, or it does. I want to go back to BG1 and 2 in my more mechanics-minded era, but it's like, it's real tough. The games have not aged well. Totally watch. I don't know if I'd stream it. That's not a hard no.
Alright, time to skulk about. Breathe deep and move.
Rule the Sorco's Manny seas. Waves rose up the bitch queen road. The blushing maiden comes.
The two of them do have metal.
I just want
Oh, Pyro Quickness. I should have sent that at 1. It's fine.
bleed you. Such pretty skin. Gonna feed me right
You okay? I think so. The idea was to force that jump. I just should have been farther back, though. I didn't want him that close to me. Uh-huh.
Can't risk being in open view.
$16 psychic damage on a mineral backlash. Nick, come with me. It's stunned, stupid. Out of my higher level spell slots. Do I care? Flesh Melter Cloak's not dealing damage because I'm not taking damage.
Moving ahead.
Should at least be able to get some good heat metal action going here, probably, maybe, hopefully. How many long rest potions do I have?
Let's get going. Out of sight, out of mind.
Do that's to make it fit, so I was worried that I didn't. And honestly, for damage output purposes, I should be prioritizing Orin more than I have been. Maybe go deal with Orin next.
No doubt about it. This is where the hag must be.
One of them is metal. Fine.
You dare challenge Grizzly, captain of the Blushing Mermaid? This is an anti-special place. You can't be a special place.
How did you fail the saving throw, man?
Kill it and stuff it for Auntie.
Come on,
Just DC 13.
slit this landlubber from head to heel.
Heat metal too good at disarming people. Well, maybe you'll pick up your weapon. Think about that. Now pick up your weapon. Hey, Dan.
I'll shank the bastards, Auntie. I swear it. Darkness arrows. Throughout my challenge, beat the game solo honor mode with monoclass every class. So far, I've done Hexblade, lost my fighter under the spectator, reaction, hopes prison, canceling my fly, now doing Tempest Cleric, which is genuinely a blast. I love Tempest Cleric so much. Also, respect to the doing all 12 classes. I did something similar for my first 12 honor solos. I didn't restrict myself to pure class, but I did something similar, and it was really good for improving my understanding of so many things about the game.
Or maybe offense? Either way, I've got what you need.
On vacation and my brain still won't stop noodling different challenge run ideas. Am I cooked? Yes. It's okay. I'm also cooked. Is 5 darkness arrows enough?
I want to have a word.
What's it now? Take your pick.
I'll just go kill Lauren now. Kill Lauren, kill Lauren. Really want Fire Shield. Enjoying Swarmkeeper. Almost has mobile with upsides. It says subclass feature.
Also a free 5-meter Misty Step with Hostile Connor. Yeah, I really enjoyed the teleport. That was my favorite part of Swarmkeeper too, say. Also, the hover is kind of interesting, the level 7 feature. Like, you can... Obviously, by the time you get that, Grim isn't really a concern, but you can just hang out in lava with it, which is cool. That applies to other surfaces, but lava's the funniest one to me.
Calm down, dear. It won't happen, I swear.
Oh, I can't really glaze that pizza.
I don't care how many they make. She That's why nothing's gonna happen to us. We'll tell them what happened, and we'll be home in no time.
Better be cautious.
Now they call for the Steel Watch.
Got that feature immediately after using Flight Potion to get Blood of Hander. Oh no.
Oh, my hand slipped.
Took a minute for the game to submit camp there. Weird. Flame enameled armor here is for casting Fire Shield. I could use Flail of Ages to buff a weapon. I don't feel like it. Go that route? Yeah, I suppose. Just be careful, Stormkeeper. If you fight Lerthandor, the glitch there almost broke my speakers, and I used a Storm reaction on him. Ugh, Lerthandor annoys me so much. They really need to fix that. Try to figure out what I concentrate on. It'll probably...
No, never mind.
I could do Cloud Kill, I guess. That'd be kind of awkward. I'd have to throw a Poison Res at Lae'zel, which I can do. I know there's an angle for it. I've done it. At least for Halcyon.
Prime spot for an ambush.
Don't worry about it yet. So far, for my Cleric run, I'm doing Heavy Armor Master and Alert. Not sure it'd be optimal for Cure Feats. Depends on what you're going for. Thinking of swapping around to Sparks Wall Ring and Water Sparkers, have them flop around the electrified water surfaces. That's a setup that I find super enjoyable.
this isn't me saying what would be optimal or anything, but an observation that I figured I should share is if doing the electrified water strats, you need to keep in mind that blood will interfere with your ability to loop the lightning charges from water sparkers and will sometimes reduce your uptime on these surfaces. So, as much as I like Heavy Armor Master and going like full DR and such, in a roundabout way, AC tanking is more effective for keeping the water electrified all of the time. But that's not to say that the other route doesn't work. And I prefer the other route anyway, it's just the blood is going to get annoying. Like, even if you mitigate a hit down to 0 damage, you still produce blood. So that means by the time it rolls around to the start of your turn, you weren't in a water surface anymore, you were in a blood surface. So you don't get the lightning charges. It's annoying. Warm water again? Let's go, Sora. Another thing that I've done with Tempest Cleric, while doing the water surface knockback, is Polearm Master. So you could basically have a situation where you are in the middle of a huge electrified water surface. So an enemy who wants to get to you has to get through that surface. So they touch it, they get electrocuted, and they get knocked back immediately. If they have enough movement still, they'll keep moving towards you. But let's say you have lightning charges. Let's say you have Spirit Guardians active. They touch the Spirit Guardians, they get knocked back. Let's say they still have movement, which they don't, but like let's say they still do. Then they come back at you again, and then they enter your threatened range, and you could do your Polearm Master attack. And if you have lightning charges still, that knocks back as well. You could also take Dual Wielder on top of that, so that they get knocked back not once from your Polearm Master attack, but twice. Because you'll hit with both of your weapons. So I did a build with that, and enemies just couldn't ever get to me. It was very funny.
The Baal amulet tremble. Will you return once you cross this threshold?
I'm being exceptionally lazy here. Done like none of my prep that I like doing for this. I guess I do this. I already don't think I can fail the save on Piercing Growl, but I may as well just do that. There's like no shot of me succeeding the save on Stunning Gaze, though. Actually, that's a lie. I still have +6. And I'm neutral because of Lunar Vitality. Canceling out Piss Stone. Alright, never mind. Because I don't have Empowered Evocation, I will go Daredevil Gloves rather than Crater Flesh. Just for more Scorching Ray delivery options. Oh, that was already on my bar. Whoops.
Something's on my mind.
You know, praise swarm applies to Hunter's Mark from item sources. I'm unsure.
Crimson and carnage. So be it.
Hit me. Thank you. Another one I need? Thank you. Appreciate that. Is there a point where the check under the bridge near the Blighted Village becomes free? Is that a Sage thing? It's a Sage thing. I don't know if that ever becomes free. But that's, you mean the skeleton with with the Sage inspo thing? Yeah, I don't know if that's ever free. If you had it for free on a Sage, then it would have been that, or there's a trigger I don't know about. The reason why I chose the stairs here is Orin's Sanguine Lash does not handle altitude well. So if you are on a slightly lower altitude than she is, it just can't hit you. Monstrosity Sling. Hit me. Oh, you're not even doing it? She's really enjoying summoning today. My back friend spoke Lena got it for free twice on stage playthroughs. Interesting. Yeah, maybe there is a point. I don't know, maybe once you know the Harpers were active in Grimforge? That's my first instinct. I know Orin has evasion. Use my bonus action first. It's whatever. Oh, you got paralyzed. I think she died from the third ray. We were hitting her for quite a while after she died. The first one was juicy because of the heat. No heat.
My head is pounding.
Orin, when and out, comes into the temple. Nice. So Crimson Mischief allows me to get 2-weapon fighting style by just equipping this in my offhand. That's pretty good. Mutilated Carapace is yet more damage. And it's even Stars Druid compatible, so I don't have to disguise. The issue is, if I equip that, I have no damage reduction at all. And my damage went up. So I'm doing 4 additional damage on all of my self-damage. Meaning my heat is capable of hitting me for up to 8. Resistance reduces that to up to 4. I am getting resistance from being attuned. But this puts me in territory where Psionic Overload can kill me if I'm not careful. As I hit myself for a max roll of it over here. That's with me being neutral on the damage, because I have Resonance Stone, but I also popped a Universal Res. And I had 2 DR from Armor Persistence. It still hit me for 5 damage. We would have, assuming I didn't have Resistance, and I did have Mutilated Carapace on, that would hit me for 16 damage. The same roll. Something to be aware of. I'm also uncertain that I want to run around without crit immunity in this setup. I think we gotta go get Helm of Baldyron.
We could shit on the big stupid dragon while we're there, in all honesty.
At this point, nobody can control the brain, and it knows it. We must seize the third stone, or it breaks free.
I kind of thought I had more stuff to do in this run, but the limitation of who I'm allowed to target with heat metal makes it real awkward. It's hard to have a build around heat metal specifically rather than a build that does heat metal sometimes because of that. Fight some good Yankee. Oh, I should dye it. I should dye this armor. Clothing, rather. Well, could be pretty good to use, even. Like, this heal happens on a lot of things. And this weapon is a +2. Like, underrated weapon. It's even bound. You can do cheeky things like throw woe from your inventory to equip it. The cost of an attack rather than an action. It's horrible, I love it. Right, I wanted the Helm of Baldyron. I'm saying it like Murkon does because it's funny. Also learned that summons can destroy Apostle and Merkel and Volunteers outside of combat. Yeah, if they're at an angle where they don't get seen by something in the combat immediately. And you can sustain that as long as you position the fight in a way where Merkel never turns that way, where he never spawns anything that way, and he never does Call of the Damned. But it does allow you to do something like, you could stick a Mud Mephit in an advantageous spot and just have it snipe the Involucres, because it does a ranged bludgeoning damage.
One day I'll catch a break.
Calm down, dear. It won't happen, I swear.
Am I gonna fight the dragon right now? I certainly could. Kind of down.
Full perception for accuracy. Do I have a permablast source right now? I don't. Virus hearing? I didn't. We'll go Whispering Promise. Did buttered vegetables now and chicken wings in 20 minutes. Like, nice. Mild chicken wings, because nothing wrong with mild.
This does.
Sometimes you just want nice flavor without your butthole hurting. It's also the title of my sex tape.
There is no
Incredible. How old is this place?
Do I actually want to do the attempted fireball answer? Immune to wet. How would I make him fire resistant? Throw a fire res elixir at him? We're gonna do some science.
But judgment must still be passed.
I'm going to intentionally fail this because it's faster.
You are unjust. An eye for an eye. Lex talionis. The punishment must be proportional to the crime.
Can't slow down.
The voice.
Hells. The Great Worm is nothing but bone and memories. Bet that will fit in my pack.
I used... But Baldwin built this place. Did he also put the magic in place to summon the undead when he failed? I guess. Stomach, settle down. Because I could have run a different Marco attunement for this. Hindsight. How am I damaging this? I don't know. It didn't like the word stupid. It didn't like, I'm gonna kill you. Took more cold damage there than I anticipated, because I am wet right now. What if, guiding bolt? Right. Deleted. I completely misclicked there. That was not at all what I meant to click. I was trying to click the Misty Step, but alright, now I need to heal the 120 for safety. Fuck. Annoying. Get back to that. Very annoying. Auto-chauvinist. It is. Where's the big stupid dumbass? Yes, I called him big stupid dumbass because I think he's I think he's bad. I think he's like poop from a butt.
Can't risk being in open view.
Flesh-colored suit's definitely a look, thank you.
Can't even catch my breath. Never a dull moment.
Still hiding.
What do we have?
Erupting Cinders and Action Refresh. A lot of summon abilities are, Benji, yeah. Any gear changes I'd make here? Guess we'll keep you blind. I'm doing nothing with this haste action.
Well, so much for peace.
Oh, did I forget to get Terrazul? I did forget to get Terrazul. Skill issue. Fine.
The waiting storm is arisen.
Get behind cover.
I don't know my auto crits anymore, but he is fireball. This turn. So. %.
I won't give in.
Huh?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Unsure.
Go away. Died to 0 fire damage? Oh no, it was 2. Then why does that say 0? It's a weird display bug. Yeah, we won or whatever. Summons other than elementals also have them. I already know shovels. There's a list pinned in the BG3 channel in the Discord. There's a lot of them. Best sword in the game? Yeah, you can see a really cool Easter egg if you use it for this. Check this out. Ready?
Better not be cursed.
Most efficient use for it, I guess. Hope we didn't need that gold. It's not worth that much. I'll live. Could have sold it, yeah. Everburn is better anyways. I'm tempted to start glazing the Everburn blade just to
What?
just to piss off Giant Slayer people.
Guessing I have some tidying. I don't care much for your timing.
I just think that'd be funny.
Well enough. Short fab.
Burn actually has value for a single fight you might use it for before selling it. Or no. Short. Alright, what can I still fight? That fire build is interesting against.
No, he merely offered patronage. The Condians built this deal.
I'm still bummed out about how selective heat metal ended up being in this act. The Cazador one really bothered me. Should have played Dirge so I could still do it to Orin.
I need a quick word.
What is it this time?
Probably shouldn't Callous Glow, because that'll self-damage now. I should go get Ring of Regen from Roland. That would be a smart play. This for now.
I was lying when I said that.
Still do that.
Lord Portash is expecting you. Please make your way to the...
Everburn's also a lot more useful than Baldurins as a sell item because you're a lot more straps for cash in early act 1. I don't really know if that's true because Everburn you make like what 60 gold off of.
Stand down, villain. Aggressive action will not the steel.
Dearest patriarchs, but a moment. I must.
Oh, I didn't realize we're in Flavortown.
My friend, forgive the cold welcome. My steel watchers are eager watchdogs for the good of the people. I'm sure you understand. Lord Enver Gortash at your service. And you are a marvel. You've brought Ketheric to his knees and made Orin grovel. My master knows you for who you are and for the netherstones that you carry. You know, it takes all three to control the brain. Without thorns, it's become vexingly willful. Oh yes, we've much to discuss. But first, come and be witness as I make history as the first Archduke of Baldur's Gate.
I just can't see him as anything other than in this outfit.
Gathered guests. And
my friend.
Truest.
There is a fleet.
Have you come to behold the new dawn? And be in awe.
For the prison. Your tadpole.
As I said, Baldur's Gate will ascend to Rill's first and only grand city.
Okay, I have -2 for this DC2. I need to use guidance. So now I have a total of -1. And up to 2.
Fair, but beyond the truth.
Have we finished then?
Step carefully. There's a trap.
You have the netherstones. I commend my involvement. You, we will raid the bread. Hand me the netherstones and we will. I'm not here for games. There is.
Didn't loot Helldusk boots. Couldn't remember if I did. I don't need them. Grab him after I kill him, I guess. If I kill him, like. I guess I should set up a good Scorching Ray machine gun on Gort, kill him before he transforms. That'd be a fun showcase for the people. Yeah, that wouldn't be difficult.
Trap.
A Scorching Ray again. Like, he has metal in his transformed state, but he's fire immune when he's transformed.
I don't know if his crossbow counts as metal. Sharp, put those away. What are you doing? I was so shocked by that I forgot what I was here for.
Just out of view. This medicatrix. Careful footwork. This medicatrix. Don't want to draw any attention. This medicatrix.
I didn't talk to Mizora. Maybe I don't even fight Gortash. Because I could just go to the end of the game without doing that if I just go, like, right now. I could.
Need to find out. I'm exhausted. Gotta find somewhere to camp soon.
We at least got a heat metal and some steel watchers, right?
What's it now? Take your pick.
I run scared from the little Gordy. You could call it that. You'd be wrong, but you could call it that.
Softer than a whisper.
Pigs have
Look at their metal all heated and stuff. Okay, I don't have pyro quickness on. Also don't have a cloak on because I was doing fashion stuff. But important fashion things, you know. Other watcher doesn't care. Will if I cross over that threshold.
But barrels are so good, Quag. Look how much damage Barrelmancy does. Yes, I wanted to prove that particular point. Steel Watchers have 22 decks. This one has 21 because I drained it. This one. Agile Chassis. Advantage in deck saving throws. So without using Arsonist Oil to like make the fire neutral on them, or I guess maybe Elemental Adept I could ignore, but then my heat would damage myself through my fire resist. The heat metal damage is uninspiring on these guys. Oh, and the reapply can still disarm. Okay. Reapply goes off my high spell save DC. So yeah, I guess in a perfect world for this, the Draconic Bloodline angle still isn't good, because it makes my reapply DC too good. At least with Steel Watchers and things wearing metal armor, I can still target the armor, even after they've dropped their weapons. But it is annoying. Still failing the checks. Well, this one, so spells that have like a reapply thing over here, or effects that do that in general, will go off your current spellcasting modifier. So my reapply heat metal here is going off my charisma. If I wanted to stop that, then I should have the other order. But I don't really care enough to stop them.
Here we go again.
I'm just messing around at this point, really. The run's like we won already, so.
Best be on my way.
Bring the flesh suit, uh-huh.
I don't need any attention right now.
does this work? Stupid.
Path lies before me.
That into a list I already made with the action refreshes notice enhanced sleep isn't on the Discord, is it definitely not? I've just never tried. If you can confirm that enhanced sleep is, then I'll update there. I update that post as, like, I become aware of more.
Better than nothing.
Oh yeah, I'm still on
That's a friendly looking
lightning rose.
Let's get that patched up. Better be cautious.
Assault. Assault.
Mind my step.
The others I had down are really good openers anyway, like Arcane Recovery and Symbiotic Entity, but I'll test it now. A lot of the non-combat ones, like, there's probably quite a few that are non-combat ones. But as you said, Benji, a lot of them are, like, not really useful information outside of very niche scenarios. But, for the sake of completeness of information, I don't mind hearing about them.
These boots have seen everything.
I heard you were disciplined by Overseer Holtz, Dread Brother.
When enthusiasm overtook me, I cut away.
Qualifiers and action refresh, but can't get a surprise round on its own.
On my way.
Guess I didn't do House of Grief. Yeah, we can do that. That'll be more this territory, I think. Platformers make my toenails ache. Toenails ache. Oh. I'm gonna finish and doing it. Finish then and doing a run. Your Expedition 33. I did tell a bunch of people E33 tomorrow, but like, I'm kind of interested in doing it today. We'll see. We'll see. Any universal rest? One. Yeah, that'll be fine. Can't get over how fleshy I am. Thank you. I grew it myself. What game was I thinking of more on my day off? Or do I have work-life boundaries and think of either? I was thinking of E33 more. I had a somewhat busy day yesterday, and I have a busy day tomorrow. Tomorrow, I mentioned this at the start of stream, tomorrow will not be normal stream schedule. Either, and I still haven't decided, either it'll be I start normal time, but it's a very short stream, or it'll be, I suppose not very short. Like, it would be, I'd probably go until like around now. But I did start an hour early today. So it would be like a, I don't know, 3-hour, 4-hour stream tops. Or I start late and instead I play E33 into the unholy hours of the night. One of the two. I have something I have to go do. Recast is very easy to abuse. If you didn't know. You know how we used to panty cast free cast? They effectively just moved it to dropping or picking up a shovel. Specifically a shovel. I don't know if it works with other things. Haven't really tried. Is everyone going long this month? I started watching Mark last night, went to bed, woke up. He's still on for a few hours. I think he was at 15 last night. Mark's doing a subathon, though. 3 to 4 hours being a short stream is wild. Guess you're used to much longer, so it makes sense. Yeah. Like, when I first started streaming, I was completely out of energy by hour 2. Like, I was doing 2-hour streams. Sometimes 3 if I was really locked in. But it's just kind of what you get used to. Depends on what you're doing on stream, too. I also get an issue with free casting, either toggle modify spells completely lag the shit out of the hotbar. I've not had that, but
Out of sight, out of mind.
sounds plausible to me. Crusaders have metal, at least. I had it in his scroll instead of a potion. That's fine. Still fully make that work. Though that somehow got no kills. It's like, huh? What do you mean? Messy way it is.
Lady Shah's will shall be done. Sure as the night shall fall.
Resonant stone casting, I guess. Putting it on the ground in the chest when you're in the stone's already use free cast again. Yeah, I guess so. I keep the stone on me, so I don't think about that, but yeah. You can do it with auras in general. I guess maybe that's why the shovel works. Hey, CT. That spelled the game used. Happy Monday.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
That's why that builds the microwave. Thank you, well-timed self-damage.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Here she is.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Question, but would Wave Mothers be a better cape here? It wouldn't, because I'm taking damage constantly, so its effect would turn off. Reverse Rain Cloak would give me immunity to the burning condition, so I wouldn't be taking that self-damage, but I already have fire resistance from Marco Heshker itself. I don't really mind occasionally taking some chip damage. Look at you, Viconia. The Divine Strike poison with the bonus necrotic, applying the poison from Handmaiden's Mace, and triggering Mortal Reminder. He's gaming. Anyway. Get out through that.
Best be on my way.
You okay? Yeah, I think so. Bro, Mr. in the Chasm, am I gonna get cucked by Gale when I get to Act 3? So, depends. If Gale's alive at the end of Act 3, and Elminster's dead, and Elminster never stabilized the orb, then Gale just leaves the party. He just leaves, and then you're good. But if Gale's dead at that point, and the orb hasn't been stabilized, you are on the timer.
Always room for more.
Let's get to Act 3, he'll leave. Yeah. I didn't take the contract.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Can't slow down.
Finishing the run today? Yeah. Kind of bored of it. I've explored what I wanted to. Go beat the game right now.
There's a trap.
Nice hot steamy shower. Let's go. What are you doing over there, Jake? Why are you Jaking? I have invis scrolls. I need invis pots. I have a greater invis. I see it there.
We must be close to its hiding place. Beware. A solitary round may be trivial, but a swarm is dangerous.
You have come far, I perceive. Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
Invis. Having Mole as an ally would be nice too. I do also have to dip into the House of Hope briefly. Because even when I'm rushing through the end game, I'm absolutely not siding with the fucking squid.
good moment to talk.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be? Any?
Penitent looks at you, silent. Where's this?
What are you having?
He's got that good. Need haste spores now. Stopping by Arajas. Doesn't super matter.
Seen any gazetteers around? Edition
One gold piece.
I'm sorry. Did you see that? Incredible. Move along. You're scaring away my customers.
Okay, there's my second spore grenade.
These boots have seen everything.
Oh, almost forgot.
What's he got to say? I dared you first, so you have to go.
I'm going to kill Harlep, get the password, take the hammer, dolly port out. We could fight Raphael, kill him with Scorching Ray spam with Psionic Overload, but I've done that before. Did that on a will run. It was even not dissimilar class spread.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. That's a friendly-looking shadow. With haste, I can't risk being in open view. It's cold. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
why you're here. You.
What path lies before me?
A keyword. This will help us get what we need from you.
So, what I was hoping for was that I placed that precisely enough to cover the illuminated area, but I forgot that I am a light source. They have Devil Sight, they can see through the darkness, but the purpose of the darkness was so that I wouldn't auto-fail hiding, as you do in bright light and a sight cone. But I fucked up.
Does my feet can carry me?
To be nothing, to be gone for good.
Cursed to put my hands on everything. Come on, open up.
And it's pop. Neat. So we up to 2. Be all set now.
I see the Orphic hammer.
A magical field surrounds the other mother.
Magnificent exhibit. Wholly unique.
Might be useful.
I should grab Mole's contract before I dip. Not gonna.
Ding! Anything you want to say? Don't you?
You teleport out of the house, the hammer does the fight with Raph just start if you try coming back? Nope. Fight with Raph is triggered by clicking the portal to leave.
Interviews, politics, gossip. All of it gets in that bloody mouth rag.
Guess logically I... Mighty Cloth... And I carry Connor. Might use grit. Maybe. If one strats for the brain this time? No. I'm just gonna Scorching Ray it until it's dead.
Silence.
Should take 1 turn, might take 2 if I'm bad, which sometimes I am. We'll see.
And
Brains.
Waiting. Preparing. Calculating. Evolving.
Moving ahead.
Dominated. Controlled.
I made a decent build called Lightning Charge gear. You get X1 and 2. Lightning Charges are one of the most powerful effects you can add into a build. They are just a lot of damage all the time. So yes.
Control.
We need to talk.
Moving in.
The shield's a little awkward. And the chest slot items are a little awkward. But, like, the amulet is broken. The staff is very good. The bow and trident are good. The other staff is very good. Both boots are very good. Lightning charges are extremely good.
For that, you'll eat.
It's been strange. Must be close.
I've never tried fighting Gortash, like, right here. Where you're both getting mind broken. That's probably funny. Why doesn't Gorch just seduce the Netherbrain? Yeah, Christina, and the Tyrant of Flavortown is the name of the mod.
It's messing with your mind.
It doesn't work in some cutscenes. You can see his hair is the same, but his clothes go back here.
Listen to it. Focus on the crown.
You are the delusion. You have played your part. The next
The third party? It's on in-game mod manager too.
and it is this. Die.
All mods I have on right now are through in-game. I guess except for the reaction point one.
Resist. You cannot let it do the same to you.
When I you this now.
Alright, consider this. See, as I wanted you to consider, those are the bad rules. You want to avoid those. I'm gonna save my inspo for something else.
This. It has become. We will. Can you smell it? The bride. It's infused with magic.
Why are you giving me that line here?
The brain is
do you mean? Hey Rona. The dip into the House of Hope because you can't be asked with the Emperor. The Gortash swag. I'm glad you're enjoying. It's good to see you.
What's in here? Fall by my hand.
You may address me as your I will neither forgive you my all that suffering. At this point,
Yeah, be a squid. It'll be funny.
come. It's time for us to meet our fates and end this illicit nightmare.
Need to find a way through. Can't give up now. No one back home will ever believe this. Don't want to draw any attention.
This medicatrix.
Time to skulk about.
This medicatrix.
Heat Pebble Brain? I wish. This is gonna be Scorching Ray. A lot of stuff in Act 3 is, not metal.
Need to find a way forward. What now?
We have lost
Crown is
much
made of metal.
already, and we will lose more before. But even when
Pretty empty room.
today, you'll like this,
Yes.
The fist.
This.
The fist.
and I'm
You.
not old. Glad.
The air is thick with anticipation.
Not alone, he says that he's very nearly alone. Fucking Halcyon raising my wisdom from 6 to 7. Did make my charisma 20 though, so that's fine.
Bodies, bloods, this is the dream. You are smarts to sneaks in. The Skelly boy said I could stay if I sold your stuff. So hurry up. Bye, bye, bye. Don't go.
Yeah, it's viewer.
dragons. Overhead. Stay low.
Leave him be.
Oh, hello. Hi. Where are you running off to? Oh, to be you back in camp? Got so distracted by a hot dwarf NPC, I walked into fire.
What to do? Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. If not over.
As it should be.
Looks like part of the nether break, but we'll need to be higher up to climb it.
Heard about this OP build called Having Fun? But streamer, what's the best fun? Can you put fun in a tier list so I know which fun to have? But like, your fun doesn't look like my fun, so my fun is better than your fun. Morgana Evelyn, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm kind of phoning in the end of this run because I'm bored with it and I want to finish it. So we're gonna go beat the final boss with Scorching Ray. I was thinking about maybe switching to my ongoing Expedition 33 playthrough after I'm done with this. But basically, this run was a lot of heat metal, and on things we can't heat metal, we're gonna Scorching Ray. What all am I doing? Oh, which game after this? Yeah, but... We'll see. We'll see. Did I even get the Ring of Shadows this run? Like, I'm really phoning in the end here. Not even positive I have darkness arrows. I do. I did not check for that at all. Just in case something goes bad. That shouldn't be necessary. Thought about going grit. No fun allowed in video games, check the internet. Yeah, that's the rules. Hope stream was good. Did some testing, the action refreshes you right by the non-combat spells work and stuff like enhance sleep, blur, mirror image, all do it. Yeah, that makes sense. Good quality of life thing. What color is a mutilated carapace dyed? Flesh color. Do you like it?
Nothing will stand in my way.
I forgot to even attune Marco. So I'm missing damage. Do I have an action spare for that? Probably. But is it more damage? Same damage as a Hexblade's Curse. Probably don't bother. Depends on if I want to take this. I want to have this take one turn or two. I could FPS, but I don't feel like it. If I don't get the one turn kill because of lack of Marco and lack of FPS, it's because I'm being silly.
This is it. Keep the enemy away.
Its will is weakening. The brain is...
I've never broken the cutscene like that.
is weakening. The brain is almost defeated.
Wonder if that has an effect.
This is it. Its will is weakening. What now? Time to push my luck again. Blood comes easy these days.
Oh. Had an action, but it was stolen from me. Very briefly had an action point. Fine. I guess this does take 2 turns. Boo. Yeah, I totally forgot to turn on my fire damage buff. I'm wondering if me going into the cutscene the way I did kills me here, though. Okay, no, the orbs can't handle that. I was uncertain.
Impossible. Pain. Fear. Terror. Reconsider. Assess. Implore.
Big radiant ball? Yeah.
There. At last. It is subdued.
Spare me. Join me. Wield me. Become absolute.
And thus, I honor my mother's legacy.
Do you?
The
grand design once again.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
The brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of Orpheus's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that is an opportunity. Should have been me, not him. Oh, GG. Hey, Mark. Did you get enough rest? This is London, or yeah. Fellas, is it evil to betray your allies, take control of an Eldritch Nightmare? If you're hot enough, no, it's not. 8 hours should be fine? Okay, good, good, good. I wasn't sure how long you went. little hop to get up. So cute. Kind of morally gray at best, but look at her. Yeah, sure, grand design or whatever. In my name, yes, air fryer, you're right. You're so right.
The world is yours. All who still draw breath, but what shall you do with such power? Rule this you have come so far, or so it would have been, had you not indulged too often in the power.
Now we roll it. Check this out.
Now the scales demand to be balanced.
I went AFK for 5 minutes into the entire thing. Yeah, you did. Oh, come on. This is why I saved inspo. I can't roll. I can't roll good. What do you mean? I'm trying to do the funny. Okay, well, no funny. I was gonna do the "I'd I'm a head out" ending, but I guess we're a squid now. If you haven't seen the ending, where you just like, they added an ending for the evil endings in patch 8. It is objectively the best ending in the game because it's just the funniest. Like, it tells you, yeah, you just came here to get rid of your tadpole. So you just take your tadpole out and you fuck off. That's it. That's it. Like, roll credits. You just take your tadpole out and walk away, and everyone else is like, just the brain's just still chilling here. Everyone's like kneeling and everything. You just leave. It's the funniest thing. That's what I wanted to do, but got mine. See ya. Yeah. No fun allowed in video games, even the game agrees. It's unbelievable. If there's companions nearby, you can compel them to do the same, or just leave alone. That's awesome. I gotta do that in group. If only you'd simply rolled a nat 20. Yeah, that was the plan, but it doesn't always work. Alright, so
we have two options here for what the rest of the stream is going to be. Part of me wants to continue my Expedition 33 playthrough, but I realize there's a lot of people who want to hang out who haven't played the game yet, or who maybe don't want to watch that. Like, that's fine. That's cool. I plan on streaming that tomorrow. The other idea is I could start the next BG3 run that I have planned. The plan is to do John of all sins. So, it'll be a Jack of all trades run. Where we gotta bang as many people as we can. So, yeah. It's been a minute since I've done a Jack of all trades run. I was thinking of, maybe restricting it so that, like, I can't rest unless I know that either a plot critical rest event is gonna happen, or I know somebody's waiting for me. Kind of like the bed warmer rule set that Danny was putting together a while ago. That mean you destroy the grove? It's +1 sex. It's not necessarily +1 sex. Depends. Because, like, you could have Halcyon and Minthara plus everyone else, but raiding the grove denies you Will and Karlach as options. Jack off all trades. GG, thanks, Third Monkey. Like, without mods, the route probably looks like... So you can only pick 2 of the Origin Companions in Act 1 without mods. Only 2 of them. Because they will stop being interested after you've already hooked up with 2. Yeah, raiding does deny Mizora by extension, that's true. So, assuming I did this without mods, the easiest way to go about it would be Astarion or Lae'zel plus one other person. And then get... Then in Act 3, I'd switch romances from whoever I'm still with from Act 1 to Minthara, because you get implied steamy activities in Act 3. Not explicitly shown, but implied. And then I could still get Halcyon if I bring him to the Drought Winds. And I could have Mizora, but then Minthara's not gonna be chill with that. But that would be how I get the most. I'm gonna call that the Oprah ending. You get a tadpole, you get a tadpole, you get a tadpole. Be so horrid to Astarion. Probably, yeah. Don't forget the Emperor. Shit, yeah, there's the Emperor too. So, I'll leave this part up to you guys. We'll do a soft poll. Ayo. Do I go grab the polymod? I've never used it. Do I go grab the polymod so we could just have everybody? Or do I try to route the run around what's possible in vanilla? Polymod. Feel like Poly goes with the theme better. Everybody must be fucked. Polymod. Poly. Vanilla routing seems like a more interesting challenge. I'm with you on this one, Candy May. But I will go with the will of the people here. Is there a mod to replace every romance the Emperor asking for a friend? Probably.
Polymod's like cheating, yeah. In terms of like the rules, not cheating is an other thing. Trials of Tav is appealing. I don't really have interest in doing that. Played Trials of Tav before. I understand an update came out recently, but everybody jumping on the bandwagon with that doesn't make me want to do it anymore. Plenty of other people streaming Trials of Tav content if you want to watch that. Alright. What's Trials of Tav? Mod that changes BG3 into a roguelike. Can evoke, because I'm barely here. Would have said vanilla. The Spear of the Run Poly for the challenge vanilla. I do want it to be like not like a challenge, but thinking. Wait for a while, what happened? Finish the run? I finished the run machine, yeah.